There are so many people out there who are studying openings instead of learning how to win the game. In other words, if you are studying the London or any opening variation, how much will that really reward you toward winning a game versus learning specific strategic methods, maneuvers, plays, or honing your endgame skills toward pocketing further points and thereby gaining rating points. Our goal is that everyone should have an opportunity to become a better player. That is far more important than any individual win for rating points, because honestly, when you are a certain strength, the rating points just come and go. If you have a bad day, your rating returns to your true strength on the very next day. So there's no reason, absolutely no reason for anyone to be fretting over rating points or anyone getting help on any particular move when this is meant purely and entirely for training for actual real-life events. You have to start at the beginning. Basically, you're going for an AP class in chess when you study Kasparov or Magnus. And if you've not passed all of your primary school classes, your fundamentals, your absolute basics, which are Lasker, Capablanca, Morphy, Alekhine, then it becomes very difficult to jump into science at a higher level. Aim higher. Set your standards higher. Be better. I mean, you're aiming at a level of player that is more or less intermediate. I already made this comment earlier that players under 2400 are intermediate. So if you aim higher, aim at becoming a better player. Basically, Gotham Chess is an advanced intermediate player. He is hoping to become a grandmaster for a reason, because then he will be a real player. I would only hope to do the same thing myself, as my rating is even lower and weaker. I'm not as good as Gotham Chess yet. I am a hop, skip, and a jump above beginner.
And of course, the old discovered mate, I would actually like to call this the Reti mate, right? Where he sacked his queen on d8 and played bishop to g5 and bishop to d8 when the king ran to c7, as there were pawns here, rook on this square, knight on that square. So the Richard Reti mate followed by the
The secret to chess is not moving, by the way. That is one of the little known secrets. Not moving, more thinking. See everything about your possible destination before you...
I couldn't just play what I wanted to play in a position. I had to play what the position dictated. In other words, if a plan was organic to the position, it succeeded. But if I try to force my will, let's just say like the 4-move checkmate, then it cannot possibly succeed against logic. It's really all about your diet. You know, you are what you study. And if you study great players, you play great chess.
Coordination on a daily basis is always going to benefit you. The problem is that right now, I believe that Ron is the better player. And nothing's going to change that. The only person that can change that is right here. If you honestly put anyone on a pedestal, then you're already going to have an experience. You're going to have some difficult experiences against opponents. If you put anyone on a pedestal, then you might as well just hang it up, because you're not going to be able to beat them. You have to take the bull by the horns, find their faults. They are human like anyone else. And that's all you have to do, is raise yourself up. I cannot recommend Chess Informant publications highly enough. Despite the nature of the modern era with computing and ChessBase, you can actually receive a digital copy along with your subscription to Chess Informant and receive the benefit of all worlds. And of course, if you invest in other Chess Informant products, such as the 1000 Best of the Best, you'll be able to pick apart the annotations of the 1960s and improve your chess in that manner.
Crossing my fingers that this is a pawn mate. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I wanted the pawn mate, and it let me down.
Arsenal fan Richie said, "Those bishops are pretty respectable."
They are, aren't they? Where are you going now? And I get a full rook out of this mess because we set up
Nope,
this
not an opening mistake.
little trap. You have to start at the beginning. Basically, you're going for an AP class in chess when you study Kasparov or Magnus. And if you've not passed all of your primary school classes, your fundamentals, your absolute basics, which are Lasker, Capablanca, Morphy, Alekhine, then it becomes very difficult to jump into science at a higher level. If they're attacking your rooks, threaten a queen. If they're attacking your queen, threaten checkmate and pawn. And in all cases, you can counterattack with check as an in-between move. Counterattack, the #1 tool, recommended by grandmasters. A certain comfort. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, grasshoppers. A little bit of a late start. I don't know that we can manage the 5 a.m. stream as successfully as I want to. Let's set up some tunes. We'll hit up some tunes and we'll see what's going on. Hopefully it's not too loud. Trying to find my NVIDIA broadcast. Usually I use NVIDIA broadcast to manage my microphone, my desktop hearing, and other things. It does pretty well, but right at the moment, I'm only seeing the game-ready drivers for NVIDIA. My rig, 64 gigabytes of RAM. My game-ready driver is up to date on March 10th. All right. NVIDIA broadcast is kicking in. We'll see what happens now. Transform any device into a powerful RTX gaming rig. GE Force now. Uh-oh. All video conferencing activity. I can't do this just now. I had a small window before the stream started, and that was it. C'est la vie.
9 raiders from
Kingslayer Sloan
Oh, Roken.
have joined.
Good morning, Martin. 9 lovely, amazing viewers. But I thought you were at 30. At one time I saw you at 152. Maybe you were rated as well. Good morning, Roken. What happened to my automatic thingamabobber? For those of you who don't know, I am FIDE trader and National Master John MacArthur. I've been doing this for quite some time. The older I get, the more I find that the earliest of morning streams are not possible. What are we thinking anyway, right? With the earliest of morning streams, it's ridiculous. Oh. I'm not even joined. What is going on here? I'm not even joined in my own arena. It's what happens when you create about 50 events in advance. How are you doing, Roken? How is your stream, man? Looking good, sir. I am looking for my cloud bot. And something's wrong with my stream chat. What's going on here? Let's close it and restart it. That's strange. I cannot remember what I'm starting with. I'm starting with knight f3 these days. Still trying to find closing Discord. It's what happens when you don't stream for a few days in a row. Is that it? Aha. Maybe I found it. There we go. If you're interested in joining the dojo, all of the links are there. We'll start off cacking and controlling those squares. But if my opponent is going to be a King's Indian Grunfeld player, I will let them. Knight c6. I believe that d5 was the best move, but we'll find out in just a moment how they want to continue. I thought so. Just going to try to speed along our development. This is the #1 thing to do. Again, you have an open position against a semi-open, or actually I should say a closed position against a semi-closed position. This is perfectly reasonable. We're going to get ahead on that one. Black is testing the true limits of a closed position, time being of less importance. Just a little bit. So recently, I think the I'm willing to find out whether or not you're willing to go to great lengths to get my dark squared bishop. How many great lengths are you willing to go to get my dark squared bishop? Well, maybe a lot. Maybe quite a number of great lengths. So let's not let this happen. So, this is quite good. Fine. 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 These holes are starting to become very apparent. He's trying for a wing attack without a fixed center. It's quite interesting, to say the least. Let's just drive his rook off of our square while we're at it. He can break down my center, but he's not taking the time to break down my center. How fascinating is that? Let's break down his. You know, he's not really attacking us, right? All right, let's just return to our regularly scheduled programming. So we always have F5 at the end, right? So my knight is still immune from capture. This looks like it should win a piece. Where is this queen going? And now, oh, fine.
Four.
I was very lucky in that game. That was pretty ugly. That was quite lovely and quite lucky and quite lovely. Whew. Who was that? Owl Style. Good game, sir. Very good game. By the way, no matter how low your rating, your main goal is to learn from your opponents. You get to choose whom you want to learn from. If you want to learn from the best possible opponents, mimic their style, take on their style, or if you want to learn from the blind leading the blind. This is the #1 thing about chesskid.com, honestly. Namaste, everyone. The one drawback I have with like chesskid.com is that you're not learning from your opponents. Your opponents are flailing about, you're flailing about. Yes, there may be a concept that you'll pick up on, but when you are that young, you don't necessarily know which of your opponent's ideas are supposed to be good ones, but for the fact that you just literally gave something away. The idea of chesskid.com is to create a safe environment where there are no, let's just say, in theory, adult opponents. But let's be realistic here. You're creating an environment where everyone says, hey, I am a kid. Whereas in the Elite Chess environment world, there are kid accounts that are not allowed to chat, not allowed to interact with others. They cannot even read chat. So even if people are trying to draw out kids under a certain age or anything like that, the Elite Chess chat is not visible to those kids, provided that it is a student account created. You can tell the difference between a student account and an adult account because there's a smiley face, but besides the chat being restricted and the messaging and the inclusion of those individuals into studies and stuff like that, if the account is set up properly, of course, by the adult, it is a far safer environment with all the bells and whistles and all of the features that are unfortunately handicapped by the awkward chess.com interface. There are quite a number of collaboration streams that have appeared now at this point. It is quite cool how many more there are. There are even a few that I do not recognize. Let's watch Praise Ario versus Medi. And he's free. That's an interesting choice. This could work. Just have to be a little careful about where we step. And suddenly, white is winning. Ouch! That wasn't supposed to happen like that. But is it trapped? I was only thinking check and check. So the fellow with 5 or 6 seconds left managed to pull that one out. Very good, sir. A slightly lower rated opponent. The 2-second bonus increment is real. So, interestingly enough, Topalov was the 6th FIDE F-Up World Chess Champion. FIDE Featherweight World Chess Champion. And if you go by Godakemsky's definition of FF, you got the famous effing, because he's an FFL. All right, Betty, which do I want to play with? Let's just answer E4 with E5, as Chrissy Yip has been doing lately. All right, we're going to capture. Unfortunately, I have to admit that the King's Gambit has become a lot more work than it's supposed to be. A lot more work. Wow. 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 This does create some issues. Wow. Wow. So did I have that on the last move? That is the question. I don't know, but we'll probe for it. How about if that? We're going to probe for a pawn. I will trade the central pawn for the not so central pawn. So now we have 2 pawn islands versus 3 pawn islands, already inherently a microscopic endgame advantage. But how much of an endgame advantage is 2 pawn islands versus 3 pawn islands? This could be a job for Ziggy, to be honest. Where do you think you're going? Going. Can I just play it this way? Now let's put our piece on a normal square. That way we can go for it. I'm going for the activity. Where are you going now? I don't know, but we're just going to reinforce our dominance here. We're trying to gain some time. Here, check, there, check, everywhere, check, check. Let's hope there are no blunders here or there or there. Do I want to do it that way? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. This is getting very exciting as I'm going to walk my way up. Can I go that way or that way? Let's go right in the middle. How about that? There we go. Hopefully we got it in time. I don't know if we did. Whew. Orchestrating. Quite the impression. How are we doing out there, by the way, everybody? How are we doing? What is the latest chess event that we are following? Let's take a quick peek at the broadcast. The Nakamura A Wonder training match. The classical mowing of the lawn, watching grass grow, is over. The classical game 1 ended in a stunning, unbelievably exciting draw. Game 2, with Hikaru Nakamura playing the black pieces, ended in a rather stunning I don't want to win variation. 4 pawns to 3, 2 rooks each. Very difficult to win. At least that one was slightly more exciting. And the first rapid game is in 6 hours. So they're going to play all of the rapid games today. That's good. And then the first Blitz game starts after it. So it's all being played today. Now we are talking. In 6 hours, about 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock today. I wish they would give this time in UTC as well. Match is taking place in scenic St. Louis. Scenic St. Louis. All the traditional stuff, but we aren't going to answer E4 with E5 after all. We're playing the Carissa repertoire, with the exception of my own personal David at 22-11. Bum, bum. Should I worry about this? I don't know. Should I worry about this? I am majorly concerned. That is true. It's true. All right, we're going to barnacle. How about that? Can I? Wow. Wow, wow. Can I survive this? I don't know. I don't know. So, my moment of truth and his moment of truth are totally different things. Right? I mean, honestly, I'm going to get pummeled like crazy here if I'm not careful. I need to create some squares for my stuff. This was not the right square. I should be on h5. But I was worried about getting tempoed by bishop to e2 and queen to d3, etc. Rook takes, knight takes. Can I get there from here? I don't think so. Is he really threatening just to take me? He might be. I better back up. He might actually be threatening just to take. Can you imagine? If you were actually threatening just to take. So now, is this what I want to do, or is it not? I don't like barnacling. Fine. I will barnacle. Let's see what I can do here. And barnacle. 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 So far, everything is covered. And can I do it that way? I can't, can I? All right, fine. Can I do it that way? All right, fine. Never change.
Jury Goose.
Said. How's it going?
It's going. It's going great this way. Going great this way. Change, never change, never change. No, not the pre-move. I was very lucky. Even though the last game wasn't on the record, it was just as fitting. Never change. Never change. Wait. Oh, I did not get my last game in. That would have been a very good performance rating. 2109, that would have put me up into the 2400 category. And the way the performance ratings work, honestly, is you add 400 points to the ratings of your opponents, and then you average them. So unfortunately in mine, I don't know how I came up with a performance of 2359. Because I should have been 2287 and 2231 averaged. Unless... could it have counted the game that I didn't finish against David? I don't know. That's a good question. Never change. Never change. All right, we're on to the FIDE, 6th FIDE FW Chess Champion. Make sure we're registered this time. How about that? Can't believe we had that many people in the arena then. In 12 minutes. Let's get this one out there. Control C, message all members. We may give a simul after this. I believe we will give a simul after this, but I need to do some quick assessments here. Copy link address. And then we
Jury
need to
Goose.
change.
Said. So did you end up switching to playing your main openings?
I have switched to a different main opening. I am playing the Reti now. At least I'm not playing the Bird. I would say this is probably still my C repertoire, whereas the Bird and all of the other allotment would be like the D level repertoire. But this is definitely becoming one of my favorite, Jury Goose, one of my favorite openings. The Reti is white. But let's check to see how we're doing before I say anything too crazy. put this down below. Sunday stream with Simul continues. What's going on? How are you doing, sir? Are you playing in any over-the-board tournaments? Is my mic
Jury
very
goose.
soft?
Said. What about as black? I assumed you just randomly picked as black.
I do as black, yes, but I actually have 3 main openings, perhaps 4 main openings. The Caro, the French, obviously, are secondary to C5 and E5, but I've been on a hiatus from E5 for quite some time. But we will see in just a moment here. How's my Lee Chess tutor? I love the Lee Chess tutor. 12,001 games. It doesn't seem to go back far enough. 5,000 Blitz games. 521 Blitz games this year. This is the fewest number of Blitz games that I've ever played. And I need to do something about these rating reports. I love the fact that each one of these somewhat keeps track over time. So I can't go back too far, right? Doesn't go back before April, March, February, January. That's it. January of 2023. How about my 2023 report? How about that? Just for 2023. How about that? December 31st. From January 1st to December 31st. I love it. I didn't play these guys in 2023. 364 days. Maybe I should have gone to January 1st. Like in 2023, I believe we'll find my real openings before I really started horsing around as a streamer. So my mic is very soft. Let's just check this for a moment. Put it up to my football score for the most part. What do you think, Jerry Goose? Is my mic very soft? Friedrich is on YouTube.
Jury goose.
Said. Personally, I don't think so.
All right, good. Second opinion. Now I need just a tiebreaker. I just need a tiebreaker now. It's possible that I wasn't speaking into the microphone. So if I'm speaking over here, it's not going to work. I have an omnidirectional mic, so it really should be facing at me. And if I turn my head over there, I apologize. If I walk over there, forget about it. But how are you doing, Friedrich? Loving the cooler weather, I hope, that is coming in. Flagging skills next to none. I had 25 classical games in 2023.
Hoberg.
Said. Im good.
Classical skills. King's Gambit accepted as white. Benoni as white. Oh, that's bad. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So you can get classical phases opening. Quite incredible, the details. Let's go with the openings. As white, King's Gambit accepted. Benoni. I was rocking versus the French. My performance against the modern versus accuracy. What is up with that, right? Semi-Slav? Wow, I shouldn't change a thing. That's quite good. Accuracy, tactical awareness, no problem. So the Zukertort opening is black. Oh, this was me as black, right? And this was Nico Demonius who was here. My accuracy was not so great. My performance rocked.
Hoberg.
Said. Have been playing Planet Coaster.
Really? Planet Coaster. That looks fun. It looks like you have to pay for that. Or at least looks like I have to pay for that. But it is available on Steam for instant gaming for $1.73 for me, the 2016 version. The fully loaded Steam Key Deluxe PC Edition is $40 for me, on sale anyway. I mean, I have thought about having fun with some other games, but I just don't understand whether or not I would be using my time wisely. Your XC as black in the French defense is worse than in your other openings. That does not make sense. Time management. Smallest sample, clock time usage, 888 games.
Hoberg.
Said. I got for free during the giveaway.
Oh, was it a drop? Pardon me for 1 second while I look away. Well, I think I've missed the giveaway. Sometimes they do offer these to streamers, but you have to be paying attention. You must be paying attention to the notifications. And I just checked my notifications over there, and it was not happening. Usually they're offering you new sponsorships, things like that. Doomsday, Marvel Strikes. But I mean, if they don't think you're going to play it, I might not be on that list. That is very cool. That is very cool. All right, let's get back to my profile. And wait just a moment. Whose profile is this? Oh, I'm only looking at not analyzed from 5 days ago. Let's request that analysis before I go to the next one. I can go to the Blitz games, that's okay too. Only not analyzed Blitz games. Oh, this is very clever. I can make sure that all of my stuff, almost all of my Blitz games are analyzed though. Let's just see what happened in this game. And the player database. So on the E5 front, I've only played 596. So I need the French and I need E5. And I will pick up the Alekhine later. Maybe I'll do the Alekhine today for 7 games.
Said. No Digifile Store Game Store was giving it away.
Oh, really? During, not the giveaway. That is very cool, though. Is it the deluxe edition or is it the slightly older edition? Oh, shoots. We'll never know now. I have quite an impressive performance with this terrible move, Queen H4. Queen H4 is not among the top. Like D5 is a better move than Queen H4. I don't want to risk my 100% with Bishop C5 or my 80% with Knight F6. I'm trying to get my Queen H4s up to near perfect.
A lot of people don't know to play B2.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that crazy? But Bishop E2 is a hard move to play. And Knight to B5. Don't forget about Knight to B5. They don't know to play Knight to B5, but most of the time people do come up with Knight to B5. But at the wrong time. But even then, it's not that bad. I do have a pawn for my trouble, and if I survive, I really survive. Windows spacebar. My keyboard switches from UK English to English to, is it because my ambient noise sound might be up? How about that? Let's just turn down the desktop audio just a little bit. Just a smidge down on the desktop audio. I am a little bothered about not going to Iceland. But, c'est la vie. You can't have them all. I have to work for a living. I have to pay the tax man. I think it's just a bad time of the year. I have to pay the tax man. So if I have a choice between going to Reykjavik or losing sleep at night because the tax man is going to demand more pounds of flesh than I'm expecting, it's better to not go to Reykjavik and take care of the tax man. Let's check him out. I'm only choosing this board color primarily because of the backdrop, the sunrise backdrop. Activate all of your pieces, sir. Activate all of your pieces. Activate all pieces. Be aware of king safety. Control the center. Activate all pieces with a purpose. It's a very reasonable choice. A direct hit on his battleship. That's fascinating. So now, is it going to get even more dangerous after the queen hits the knight? Knight c7 occurs. We have to be very careful about this. That's why I liked hitting the queen first. With rook e8. I don't know, our queen is too valuable for this operation, maybe. Okay. Capturing with the least valuable piece? Maybe not. We have to capture with the most valuable piece. No, I'm worried about knight c6 here. So rook c8, rook a c8 is interesting. Rook a c8 just does not add up, folks. I'm afraid this math is not correct. GHM 777 sounds familiar. Good Hans Magnus. Geary Hans Magnus. Oh, I should not have rubbed the eye. So what did happen here? Oh, he went for it. He's going for even more. Trying to trade queens. Arg. Rook e6. Did we get away with this? Did we get away with rook e6? gf4, rook e2, knight takes d4. Rook takes b2. Alright, well at least we keep the queens on the board. I was thinking queen c7 to prevent further atrocities of rook to d8 check, but if he's going to go this way, king f8 is forced, but still. Still a very awkward position. Maybe king f8 wasn't forced? Yeah, king f8 was relatively forced. Ouch, 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 ouch. Gotta run for it. We've done queen e5 check. Queen e5 check. If the pawn moves, then knight takes f5 check. Azerbaijan, South Africa. This summer I'm getting to Ron. Definitely getting to Ron. If I have a choice. This doesn't, now we can play f6. It seems. But on queen e5 check, we could not have played f6 because of knight takes f5 check. Remember, backseating is allowed, provided that you are going to play a lot of chess that is not backseated. That's all I ask, is that you play a lot of chess that is not backseated. Now the exposed king problem, right? Queen d4. We need to cover this moment. Queen d4 is forced. We need to get his king to a square. Then king f8. Now that everything's covered, king f8. You don't have a choice. We can't do any discoveries because the rook on e8's hanging. King f8. The queen covers. I mean, obviously we're losing, but we have to try. GM Rachmanov loves this exchange Slav bit, but I don't really like it at all. He is from the school of... So in this position here, we're already in trouble because we've lost too much material. Bishop g7. Why do we do that? B6. This bishop is not worth as much as that knight. Queen to B6 could have been a little better, attacking and defending at the same time. Queen takes B2. We have to guard the bishop. Maybe just bishop to C6 instead, just to keep the threats. I don't think I want to trade in this position. Do not want to trade. This one is interesting, but black is just better, right? Against this isolated pawn. And now white's better. Don't make any exchanges without, because all exchanges are bad for you, unless you know why they're good for you. Rook to E8, obviously slightly and microscopically better, may not matter. Queen to B6 had to be played, which is what I thought was going to be played. Queen F4 runs into rook takes knight C7.
Hilberg.
Said. It was just the base game of Planet
That's cool. Alright, we're back. I don't really want to see if that last position was any worse or any better. It's GHM and myself. Oh no, it's not Folberg and myself. Alright, I have to give him a chance, although it's not much of a chance. We're going to play some standardized chess. Using our oh no, no sir. Don't give up your stuff. 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 I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid, I'm afraid. It's getting worse. King F2. B5. Planet Coaster. You've got me intrigued, sir. Oh, no, 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 no. Totally disrespectful. Can I do it that way? Looks like I can. Do I want to go this route? No. I want those white squares. Let's return. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's craziness, folks. G6, bishop f6, knight e6. How about if we tag this pawn and or that pawn? All right, I'm game. Oh no. Oh no.
Hoberg
Said. I belong to a lot of free giveaway pages on FB.
Nice. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I forgot that he berserked. I forgot that he berserked. No berserking, everyone. No berserking. We're here to become better players. Though I can't prove it. So a long time ago, I promised Tiresias that if I went through an informant cover to cover, I repeat, if I went through one chess informant cover to cover, and this is very serious, by the way, if I go through one chess informant cover to cover, that you'd gain 100 rating points in strength. Now, interestingly enough, this is almost guaranteed in my opinion. Almost guaranteed in my opinion. But I have to be able to do this for myself. The chess informant is the #1 tool among professional players for having gotten and become better in the past. Today it's done much faster, incrementally, but I believe you can learn really truly great chess by osmosis. Is he berserking? Ah, very nice. He's berserking. Boberg, you got this. All right, maybe not this. What about this there? What about this there? I don't know. It doesn't seem right. So we have to play queen up. What about queen? Or bishop takes, knight check, rook takes, queen takes. Bishop takes check at the end because it's mate here. Yeah, bishop takes d4 works, after all. We didn't see that open file. Oh no. Bishop takes d4, my move would not have saved him either. Yeah, we didn't have a choice here. We cannot walk into the corner with this open H file. By the way, we always capture Faubourg toward the center to prevent exactly what you just saw from happening. We capture toward the center. There's not much danger along the H file. You've already got a certain amount of defenses there. But H takes G is definitely the shot. I cannot play GHM again. I have to play Faubourg.
Faubourg
said.
Oh no.
Going to eat lunch.
Thank you so much, Frederick, for being here. Namaste. And we're not getting that fellow either. He is going to keep us from getting paired. That's all there is to it. Let's check out this bizarre choice of opening here as white. I'm up to 689 on knight f3s. Sorry, 869. Yeah, 869.
Faubourg
said. Always a pleasure.
No, Planet Coaster, you've got me intrigued. I'm actually looking for games that I might be able to stream with my grandson. Because he wants to know a real YouTuber, not you, Grandpa. How do you like them apples? I want. So I am looking for the perfect game that is not too popular, but not necessarily old. Like Marbles on Stream, I believe he would love. So I have to look into it. My Steam membership. Steam rested in peace. Where is my Steam membership?
Hoberg.
LOL Planet Zoo is also very nice.
Thank you for that rec. I'm writing that one down too. So the whole Planet series, Planet Zoo. My gaming consultant, Frederick, thank you so much. If I were to be a gamer, now this is a little ridiculous. I can't believe that I went for the win of a pawn. This has just cost me massively. And I knew this one right away too. I don't know what I was thinking. What was I thinking? Namaste. Thank you so much.
Hoberg.
D. Chris. D. Christ. Is that true?
Said. And Age of Empires 2 and 4.
You think for, remember he's 7, right? He's actually about 10 so that's the tricky part, because he is not quite 10, you know. He's a good whippersnapper. Wow. Obviously this is troublesome because of queen to b6 check, so. I might be tempted to take it this time, but taking on c7 is probably best. So knight takes a7, and everything got away from me to the point where I think I am very close to losing. By the time I get here, then I'm totally losing. I'm definitely losing the thread. I did spot him a whole rook. All right. This is good. No berserking, GHM.
Hoberg.
Said. And Pharaoh.
I don't know about Pharaoh. You know, he really loves planets. That's why I love the idea of Planet Coaster. Can I do it that way?
Hoberg.
Said. Also very nice.
This could be bad. This could be very bad. Alright, maybe I can get away with it. Maybe I cannot. Told me once, but I forgot. What am I concerned about? It's 95. I am a little bit worried about. If I take, then I'm losing on that square, it seems. I'm asking for it. I need a little bit of room here. But if the night isn't covering, maybe I need it. Knight takes c6. Knight moves with check. Knight takes
Hoberg.
there, it seems.
Set. All these games are on Steam. Stronghold games are also good.
I just wanna have a hope. I just wanna have a hope. I just wanna have a heart that's breaking.
Hoberg.
Let's just pretend like
Said.
we're not
Okay,
losing.
bye for now.
Hoberg.
Said. Age of Empires correct spelling sorry.
Age of Empires indeed.
Lorenzo.
Said. Good day, John.
This is absolute craziness. He deserved the draw. He deserved the draw for hanging tight. Nicely done, sir.
Lorenzo.
Can I say good day? Oh no, say it again. I missed it. Good day. I'm worried that I'm going to make him.
Lorenzo.
Said. Okay, here is another good day.
Good day. Exactly. Namaste. Age of Empires. Well, I wasn't. Let me make sure that I do not have a lesson at 8 a.m., which I sometimes do, or 9 a.m. Where is my desktop WhatsApp? So, performance ratings and all of that.
Lorenzo.
Said. I've started to turn off my engine during analysis, at least for the first time through. I find it distracts from deeper issues.
Indeed. Indeed. I actually don't look at it. The irony is that it doesn't work for everybody just to not look at it. But I should be dead lost in this position. Knight a4. And I am just so lost. Yes, queen a5 check is what I'm worried about. So, for example, if I even remotely think about trying this, then I'm kaput. I'm literally kaput. Queen a5 is what I was worried about. And I wasn't entirely sure that this wasn't equally bad, but it looks like I might survive this one. But queen d2. I can survive this one. Can I? I don't think so. Knight takes c6 first. Then I can play it. Interesting. Alright, the only reason I blew this thing up was because I wanted to see how many I had of knight. Knight f3 is 859.
Said. Like one insidious narrative that emerges from over-relying on engine analysis is the idea that tactical play is the dominant cause of losses below a certain skill level. 1D agree, but at higher levels ID argue that bad strategy leads to bad moves, or more simply bad positions lead to bad moves.
Indeed. Getting into trouble before you're getting into trouble, when you don't realize it. I really didn't like d4 here, huh? Not knight c3 either.
Lorenzo.
And jump.
Yep. Means the forest through the trees, or however it goes. Yeah, missing the forest for the trees. That is very true. The forest of strategy. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I've only played e3 previously. I need to turn off Lee chess tools. This is also a very annoying feature. As much as it's good in some other respects, like going to analysis mode immediately after the game. (177 other players). So I do need to decide on where's my simul strategy.
Lorenzo.
Said. You doing a simul?
I was debating if I can move my other student up earlier, but I don't think I can. I can, but we'll find out. More than, because I have a team competition arena later. I didn't get to see what happened in the other teams. Let's just find the Killer Chess Training Academy. I haven't been able to do this in a couple of weeks. So I missed 4 and 5. So let's see who the top scorer was under 2100. 3 points. Three points under 2100. That's pretty good. Bonga Cowabunga. And then in this one, 3 points for Maria Kierka. So under 21 and the top 2 finishers. And basically, all I need to do now, because my previous results in this event were 4 points, 3.5, and 3.5, I believe. So this was 3.5. This one was 3.5, and I believe in the very first one of the season, I finished with 4 points.
Lorenzo
said. That's a pretty decent result with a few strong players.
Yes, they were quite lethal, to say the least. My only regret is that I haven't gotten a chance to play Jakob Agard. I just haven't been in the right frame of mind. I always lose. For example, in the first 2 here, I lost to 2 2200s, and then I beat
Lorenzo
4 players that were not 2200
said.
players.
Have you interviewed him?
What would I ask him if I were to interview him? Do you have a list of questions that you'd like to interview him with? What do you think? I am looking for someone who is interested in something like this as like a co-interviewer, where I often think a lot more off the cuff. I do not think in terms of see what happened in this one. Basically, I won against the 2265, which absolutely was due to tactics and puzzle streak training.
Lorenzo
said. He has covered calculation so much so I would actually ask him about chess education broadly, how to study, how to learn.
Interesting.
Lorenzo
said. He is quite a famous coach, so getting his thoughts and a few cool stories would be fun.
Indeed. I was just running through all the possible answers while we were in that moment of silence there. Personally, I still feel the number one tool is going through a player's games through and through.
Lorenzo
said. As for specific questions here, SA Spicy 1, do you regret writing calculation?
Not GM prep calculation, but calculation as in excelling at chess calculation?
Lorenzo.
Said. Yes, that one.
Excelling at chess calculation. Did you go through it with a fine-tooth comb, Lauren? As I did. I just found a lot of the accuracy was a little bit missing in some respects.
Lorenzo.
Said. No, I read about 1-3 and lumped it in with Kotov.
Interesting. All right, I will give it another shot today. I'm going to put it on my list. But you lumped it in with Kotov as in he was too close to the tree of analysis? That is the question that I have.
Lorenzo.
Said. Knowing that both are grossly wrong about the topic.
Well, I kind of disagree with everyone's assessment of Kotov. I believe as a writing and skill exercise for the lowest level of players, it is a great place to start. And basically, let's think about this from another perspective. You must, I repeat, must work on the candidate move process, and then you must work on the analytical work of layering your analysis step by step, toe to toe with your opponent's moves. And being able to visualize comes with that particular aspect. So if you take 3 candidate moves in any particular position, hold on here, I'm just going to try to bring up my simul window, which is what I was planning on doing. So, interestingly enough, now that I've got this up, you have to work on the steps one after the other. You can't work on the process as a whole as far as calculation goes. I believe that the core and or root of calculation has to be worked on in an incrementally added process. So working on each of those steps in writing is meant for the lowest levels of students. Kotov's book, Think Like
Lorenzo.
a Grandmaster, is not written
Said.
for...
My approach to calculation is totally different to what seems to be the norm. You need ideas first, either plans, strategy, or tactical. That's first, not just candidate moves. I don't think
Right.
that's first, but rather the pure idea itself that spawns the search for candidate moves, then and only then move selection. Then as for calculation, it has
That's
to be
correct.
based on ideas too, attempting a solution to a line, aiming for a goal, etc. You need a topic to use.
Okay, I believe in all that. You're absolutely right, because your first step is where everyone needs to work on before they can even begin to work on calculation. I.e., you basically have to work on, I'm going to work on this one too for the most part. Control C. I do want to give this guy the norm. So basically, going over Grandmaster games is absolutely essential. So let's take it all the way back to the original steps of education. If we take it all the way back, basically we are going to need to have ideas and be able to look at things and stuff like that. What you said is absolutely true. You have to have the plans, the strategy, and the tactics. So the 3 or 4 core ideas is that you need to go through complete games, you need to work on your tactics, and you need to pay attention to the core strategy at first, the 3 basic elements like earth, air, fire, and water was the science. You basically work on controlling the center, improving your pieces with a purpose, activating your pieces with a purpose, of course, at the outset, and being aware of king safety, whether or not that means castling or not. And then all of those elements are somewhat broken down into the fight for outpost squares, being concerned about threats, checks, captures, and stuff like that. And then, and only then, once you get a good grip on all of that, can you work on the calculation, because you cannot find candidate moves without having seen master games before. So what I meant by taking it all the way back to the beginning was when we first learned how to read or speak, we learned those basic words, basically mom, dad, cat, dog, milk, whatnot. And then as we are read to by our parents, we associate images of words with words, and then we are introduced to vocabulary, increasing vocabulary, then sentence structure, and then from there we will move forward to sentence composition, and then as we get older and older, we actually are able to put it into more complex form as far as our vocabulary and communication skills in order to convey our ideas to another person. And from that point, we might move on to what could be considered higher level or university level thinking. And thoughts and organization. So we're going to put this at 9 a.m. It seems we'll work on it. Now we need a simul description.
Lorenzo.
Said. As for the exact technique of calculation, I don't use the tree of analysis. I have an idea in my head. Let's say I see the potential for a Greek sacrifice, and mate, I first see the ideal line, the line that ends in mate or whatever I am aiming at. Then I see the problems. Oh, what about XYZ? Then I solve those issues, but as those are solved, new ones arise. It naturally jumps around, but the guide isn't some random tree, but the ideas you resolving.
Absolutely. The reason why you can skip the tree of analysis, by the way, is because, and this is the fault of many, many stronger players who know that we don't think like that. We don't think in an organized basis. But if you were to, say, look at organized thinking people, then you would know that most people do start from a list basis in their list of priorities on a daily basis in order to get things done. This is the core element. And the people that are super streamlined and organized do not need to make lists anymore, because they know in their mind's eye the 3 priorities for the day, and they tackle those 3 priorities in a very practical manner as you do your analysis. So at the outset, when we are learning, I'm going to join the Dojo Studios. For your personal training. I'm not going to say every day anymore because I have not been able to keep it up. Summer Swiss Series is coming.
Lorenzo.
Said. So you re-saying it's a learning device? Interesting. I do remember doing that. I ground out the entire first chapter of Argid's calculation GM prep over several months, 30 minutes per problem each day. By the end, I had given up the tree of analysis.
Yes, yes. But you can, of course, apply your own methods now that you have worked on the step-to-toe variation process and the visualization process, because in real life, you don't necessarily need it.
Lorenzo.
Said. Really fascinating, thanks.
So everyone who's super strong who dumps on this method has forgotten what it's like to be a beginner. And Kotov's method is meant for beginning calculators, not for grandmasters to learn how to calculate. That is not what it was meant for at all, honestly. So yeah, both are correct. I don't think that you can discount those methods. Another great book, and if you haven't gotten it yet,
said. Well, I stand well and truly corrected. Great discussion.
I mean, we all have to start somewhere. And Kotov's book, of course, is no longer for you and I. But we can't necessarily dump on it for someone whose eyes need to be opened to finding a system of process for themselves. So to see that for the first time, for me, it was a great revelation. And I did exactly that to work on my calculation, and it assisted me massively in propelling me up to candidate master level easily. And somewhere in that process, of course, I'm positive that I stopped doing it.
Said. I remember it being the same for me.
It was like an eye-opener. It was like, this is genius, right? And then, of course, now you become strong, and you're like, oh, that's not how it works at all. Because you don't need it anymore. You've already learned how to walk. Remember when you were first pulling yourself up?
Lorenzo.
Nobody has to hang on to the edge of the coffee table anymore to walk anymore. Yet that coffee table was desperately needed at the time. The seams of the sofa were needed for us to be able to get onto our feet. But just because someone allowed us to use that coffee table or that sofa when we were toddlers doesn't mean that we can dump on Kotov for showing us or placing the couch or the coffee table nearby for us to pull ourselves up onto our calculation feet.
Lorenzo.
Said. That would be a great shirt. These seams were made for walking.
Indeed. Now that we've got this one on the one half, I wonder if we can, if I'm very lucky, pull up one for the other half. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Is that craziness? We have puzzle streak in one corner. In this corner,
Lorenzo.
Said. Another book that had a massive impact on me was The Inner Game of Chess.
Why don't I have that book handy? Smyslov on the Couch by Sasonko. I'm placing all of my Sasonko books into a separate category. Where is my Inner Game of Chess book? I've got 100 Chess Master Trade Secrets, Pawn Structure Chess. In fact, all of my Soltis books do not seem to be where they're supposed to be. I do need to remember to accept these guys. So let's just take a quick peek at what's going on in this exercise, it seems. That was an amazing discussion. Thank you, Lauren. But yeah, I'll take on anyone who wishes to say that Kotov's book is outdated. And it's not Kotov who outdated himself.
Said. The heart and soul of my chess perspective was from Lasker's Manual of Chess Strategy section.
And the core of his ideas were? If you recall. Something wrong with this picture here. I always think of Tarish in the game of chess. I'm quite surprised. I'm actually quite surprised at your selection. Right? So I have to complete my book reviews, basically. And I want to add further to my book reviews. And you've actually inspired me to try to take on all these people that poo-poo some of those older books. Because at the time, it's like our television series, right? As you watch the New Avengers with Joanna Lumley and Gareth Hunt and I don't think Patrick McNee missed the second one. So it was Patrick McNee and Emma Peel in the first one, right? And you have Roger Moore in The Saint, which is now available on Amazon Prime. And you watch those old programs and you're like, how did I enjoy these when I was younger? They are so bad, right? But that's not the point. The point was that when we were young, those movies were introducing us to a specific thing that was going on. And there's absolutely nothing wrong.
Lorenzo
said. One, strategy and tactics are both important too. That tactical calculation is forward-looking, starting from your position and calculating forward, whilst strategical thinking is done in reverse, having an ideal position and working back in steps to your current 1-3. Then he breaks down positional analysis and Steinitz principles 4, then adds philosophy of chess and simply says that Steinitz rules of strategy are universal rules of conflict even outside chess and are moral laws.
That's good. That's good. So that wasn't what I remembered entirely. I remembered him, or at least I don't recall it very specifically, but I remember him poking holes in Steinitz's dogma a little bit. I remember the exceptions to the rules to a great extent. And in a way, it was somewhat what Terrace was trying to do too, to a certain extent. Terrace had a different take on the dogmatic thinking, and each person just kept compounding it. I do need to go get coffee. So if I can actually have a difficult one of these, that would be great, but I don't see myself ever getting a difficult one of these. Not in the first 17 anyway. Takes. No. Takes. And a thank you very much. This music is somewhat reminding me of Severance, right?
Lorenzo.
Said. Oh, he was very practical in his thoughts and anti-dogmatic, but he did write a philosophical text called Kampfstrugel, where he argues that Steinitz' 4 rules of strategy were universal and moral rules governing all conflict. How they applied to chess in detail is where he disagreed.
Okay. That might be what I remember most. I cannot wait for summer. I cannot wait for the time to read what I need to read. What I want to read. Let's put it that way. How about that? I cannot wait for the moment where I get to read what I want to read. Uh-oh. Can I put this behind the other window somehow? Yes, I can. Now we can merge those 2 windows nicely. The Offerspiel team is, for the most part, doomed. I want to make sure that there's no overleaf.
Lorenzo.
Said. Right now I am reading Fabiano Caruana 60 Memorable Games by Soltis.
Nice. Did you do the Magnus Carlsen one as well? Isn't Soltis such a great writer? He is such a good guy. I'm trying to think if I did a New Year's Day evening with him once. I've only been invited once. All right, so now the moment of truth.
Said. Not yet, I had to choose and I was bitter about Carlsen and the Neiman thing, wish I got both now.
Yeah, the Carlsen-Neiman thing is still weighing heavily on many of our minds. It is not something that we can put aside lightly. His stubbornness and his... But, you know, what we have to take into account, I don't know if finances ever stress you out. I don't know that you get stressed out by finances or having to pay bills or taxes or things like that if they affect you the way that they might the average person. But when money is involved, it has been known to ruin friendships. And when money is involved, it tends to put you on edge. And Magnus Carlsen, during that period, if we remember correctly, was getting ripped off by chess.com, and his entire world was being ripped out from underneath him by chess.com as they were purchasing his entire empire and bailing him out, basically. And it was almost like he was resigning an entire part of his world. So the experience that he was having was not the same experience that the rest of the world was having. And that is the crux of what caused the Hans Niemann Magnus Carlsen blow up at first, is that he was just getting a raw deal being removed, having his empire removed from him.
Lorenzo.
Said. I agree and I do relate to money issues, but my viewpoint is that we should hold all professionals to a standard of general conduct.
Lorenzo.
Said. But I sympathize.
But as you recall, I think he was hesitant in his way of doing it, and he was trying to do it in a very cheeky fashion at first. The person that I blame most was the aftermath, among other streamers, reading into what he said and not necessarily taking it so lightly as, you know, as if this is possibly what happened. So you had Hikaru with a stream that evening, which is the stream that evening was the Hikaru stream that I watched, because I don't remember anyone else being on. And of course the subject matter was of great interest to me because he was a former student of mine, of ours at our school. So I was very vested in that, and it was quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate.
Lorenzo.
Said. Yeah, I do admit I am very biased. I was accused of cheating by a community member here. It was extremely upsetting. I am sure you remember the event. They VE since apologized, but I was very aware of how it would VE felt for Neiman.
Exactly. And although I'm going to cross my fingers here, I've never experienced that, I have had students experience it. And especially because I have had students who have gained 500 rating points in a year. More than one student, in fact, more than several students gain 500 points in a year. They go from 0 to 60 as long as you can keep them carrying the ball forward. They are like sponges and so forth. And I got into this heated discussion with some bozo that aka Nemsko could not gain 500 rating points a year. It was obvious that she's cheating if she's gaining 500 points a year. They applied the same premise and criteria to Neiman, of course. And I'm like, this is totally bogus, because those players are literally amazingly built to absorb information, process information, and spit out exactly what you want them to do in the process. And you can never be the judge of someone else's prodigy thing. He's basically saying that Bobby Fischer was cheating because he became U.S. champion at the age of 13. Your premise is that nobody could really do that in the world, right? Nobody could actually become U.S. champion at the age of 13 or 14,
Lorenzo.
Therefore they must be cheating.
Said. It ruined my chess for a long time. I nearly quit. I became paranoid of my playstyle, questioning if I am accidentally going to trigger the Big Brother Lichess detector, even though I am innocent. It got so bad I ended up quitting chess for quite a while.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not cool. Not cool. Not cool at all, at all. So basically, concerning the dojo practices, we are going to continue building the 2+1 bullet events, and I may use them in the classroom, and I may advertise those as special events, especially ad hoc community stream events. But honestly, if I could advertise it well in advance, that would be even better.
Lorenzo.
Said. Is 2-1 bullet?
2+1 is not really bullet. Not really, no. It is really far from bullet. King cannot go to d6. Very tempted to play this move as well. Or should I just take? I think I have to take. All right, we have our, we're trying to get 7 Alekhine defenses in as black, by the way. 7 Alekhines and or Frenches. What to do, everyone? What to do?
Lorenzo.
Said. I still boycott Alekhine, lol.
There's another one where the circumstances of the situation were well beyond his control. What he contributed to chess was far too great. Far, far too great for any of us to question whether or not it was worth it.
Lorenzo.
Said. I think I'm the only one these days.
No, you're not the only one. Jennifer Shahade actually had a little bit of a spat to a certain extent with this for the same reasons. Basically because Alekhine was a controversial figure. If you are Jewish, you will take it much more seriously and much more to heart. It's much closer to your heart, your family's heart, than anything else. Now, at the same time, this is a lot related to the current state of affairs. I love the fact that our orange moron-in-chief says he blames everybody else for the situation because he thought it was going to be over
Lorenzo.
in a day and a half like
Said.
Venezuela.
Ha ha ha, great title.
Basically, we have an orange moron in chief, basically, who has no educational value, no literary ability other than the fact that he listens to people who are getting him into trouble. And basically, it's like the Nuremberg trials, you know? He basically should just hang it up. Just hang it up.
Lorenzo.
Said. But you have that NYC guy that cool saw a clip of him playing street ball today.
Mamdani is the best man. He's bringing an energy and a vitalization, and he stuck it to the orange moron in chief too. Did you were you following the what was the Columbia University student who was absconded with by almost illegally by ICE? They literally went in under one pretense and then took the person and abducted them and put them in a detention facility. And Mamdani went and just got him out. That was amazing. That was pretty amazing. How he has managed to be such an incredible negotiator to a great extent.
Lorenzo.
Said. Honestly, there are so many bad stories. I've lost track. I followed Minnesota very closely, and after that I got burnt out with it.
It was quite awkward, to say the least. The rook has to take, and we recapture. Nice x-ray here. I love x-rays. Then we throw the queen takes queen in the middle.
Lorenzo.
Said.
Nice.
My record for streak is 49.
My current top students are at 77. And I don't know if one reached to the 80s. I think they're both in the 70s. But you know, Lauren, it's like the first 60 are easy. Mindset. The first 60 are easy. Just believe.
Lorenzo.
Said. I know my problem, endurance sitting there for so long.
But you don't have to do it in one setting. If I were to close this window, and then I would choose to reopen this window, it'll bring it up right where I left off. Except I have to resize it, of course. So in general, I highly recommend... Well, where'd you go?
Lorenzo.
Said. I just had a thought it might be a good way to build stamina for classical games. Set aside 5 hours and do as many streak.
Absolutely, because I believe in this as a real thing. Basically, you get middle games, end games, checkmates, etc. What is this and what does it all do for me? Rook takes, queen takes. This doesn't seem to be working for me. Knight to f7 is mate, right? Knight to e7 is mate. Most of the time we hallucinate. So I have to go get coffee, and we are going to also do this. So it starts off with all the basic tactics that you need. And from there and so on.
Lorenzo.
Said. Anyway, time for me to run. Take care. Thanks for the chats and stream. Have a good one.
Namaste, Lauren. Thank you. I have to give you some hearts. Some massive hearts with a little bit of dojo thrown in. Thank you so much for being here.
Lorenzo.
Said. Too kind, CYA.
See you, Lauren. But no, I do wish to interview people. I am just not necessarily... I do not have such a great belief in myself as an interviewer. We're up to 9. Good. Is the queen trapped? It appears so. Oops. Put that in front of it. How about that? Coffee. Before we get close to starting. Alright. I'm going to accept everybody, of course. I'm hoping that we will get more follows on this deal. But there's no guarantee that we will. Book reviews. I hope that was caught on camera. Toasted marshmallow mocha, Green Mountain coffee. Quite crazy. Crazy good. How are we doing? Alright, we are getting there. Namaste, everyone. We're up to 13. That's excellent. How are we doing on time? We have 5 minutes. $14. This is good. All right, meanwhile, where did you keep going, sir? Between the Twitch stream and back, yes? Crossing my fingers, it seems like if you can. We have 747 subscribers on YouTube. That is very cool. Let's make sure that everyone knows that they can get into the dojo. It's true. If they can get into the dojo, it's true. Dissolve. Are we up to 16? This is good. I really want to make sure that I get my 7 alakines in. If that's possible. A skewer that wins, a skewer that wins, it's true. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Nice 32 chess number, yeah? All right, last call. All right, let's go. 30 seconds. All right, ready, everyone? Let's do it. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Let's see, do I wish to do this? I'm going to play c5 just because I can. Should I play c5 again? Yeah, we're going to do it. c5 and knight f6. This is 1 Alekhine, 2 Alekhines, 3 Alekhines, 4. Let's play a reversed English. This is so strange. My screen is blanking out. Is it 5 Alekhines? I don't know if I like this. I have to see what's going on here on this particular thing. Doing this one. Something strange is happening here, everybody. Six. 7. All right, now we're moving on to the French. And good luck, everyone. D5, D5, D5. We're going with the sniper, 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 sniper. So it's gotten a little better. Let's see what we can get, what we can get. The anti-solstice variation. Do I want to go for it this way? Not committing myself this way, that way. No, I'm not this way, that way. Playing the Franco Bononi. Transposing into the Vienna game, yes, we have this interesting way of going, and we have an interested way about us. We've got to wonder what is caught. Let's do it. 2385. Toilets are nice. Is this AKA homeless on Wi-Fi? That was interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we're going for it. We're going for it. It's not life or death here, but I do want to explain it to me. It's true. Oh no, my opponent offers a draw. I don't understand. Bishop to b4 in that position is interesting. Interesting. This is the best way. It's true. Can I get away with this? How do I make this interesting? H4. Ye gads, folks. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. We have reversed Sicilians everywhere. Uh-oh. Did I? Or did I not lose to this one more time? One more time. This is not good, it seems to me. It's true. We've got to do something. It's true. Yeah, I'm in trouble. It's true. I'm in trouble all around. We're gonna try this way. We're way. Goring Gambito. Whoa. You know you have too many books on your desk when? One fast move, and it's over. It's true. Can I go this way? I think I can go this way. Am I in trouble? I am true. I don't have any way out of this. I am so toasted, I don't know what to say. He's got me. I don't think I can survive this at all. Wow. This one is so bad. So very, very bad. This one is so bad too. We're gonna cross our fingers. It's true. I think I've got the worst positions of many in my lifetime. This is quite crazy how bad these positions are. Going by instinct, it seems here. Ugh. Yeah, that one's I think I can hang that one up. Here and there. Enserman, yeah. No, I bungled that one. I tried to create something out of nothing, and I should not have tried. Trying to create something out of nothing. A knight on the 7th rank. My opponent offers me a draw. We're just getting started, sir. I'm sucking so bad in so many of the other positions that I have to take this one for what it's worth just now. Lemonade, folks. We're making lemonade here. We're making the best lemonade. Here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check. The Donnie Ariel move. My opponent offers me a draw. Dudovich. We're just now starting to get going here. I think I have to keep going on the same front here. I could be in trouble here. What else is new? Here a check, there a check, everywhere a check, check. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. D5. Can I do that? I don't know. Let's just do it anyway. Let's worry about it later. We will worry about it later. We'll worry about it later, booby. Alright, we're trying for something here, but it's not working. Let's just be methodical. As much as I wanted to sack the exchange, we'll work on it later. This may have worked, may have worked, may not have worked. So let's see, B5, CB5, AB5, AB5, yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada. Oh, he does have that move. He does have that move. Isn't that intriguing? Knight e4, it seems to me. Yeah, I'm down a pizza, right? Blindfolded walnut. I had nothing. Silly me. Hallucination station. So strange how this works. This is going to leave a mark. It's going to leave a mark, sir. We're going to get frisky. My opponent offers me a draw. We just got started. Where are you going from here? Queen there. Can I play this one first here?
Chess Optics
said, "Hello."
Good morning, Damon. Is it Damon or Damien? I think it's Damon. Got our work cut out for us. Welcome, Chess Optics. Trying to make
Chess Optics
said, "The second one."
Damien. Yes, Damien. Of course. I apologize. I'm for whatever reason completely drawing a blank. I've known both in my lifetime. I had a young man, Damon, and his sister, Alex. Absolute sweetheart kids. Alexandra's probably in high school now. He's got to be in late middle school. I'm just trying to wrangle my way out of this. It's that I have some trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. All
Chess
right.
optics.
Said.
Knight takes e5.
When is the candidates?
Knight takes e5 is a sacrifice. It's a good sacrifice. The candidates, I think, begin March 28th. No, I take that back. That is my high school date. Wow, my opponent is really blasting me. But I'm up a piece going into this, so we'll see. I don't know if this is the right way to go about it, but what the heck? What? Why did we step away, dude? No. Crossing my fingers he goes for more. And I'm not just toasted the old-fashioned way. Did I really play this? Queen F3, it seems. Oh man, I'm toasted, everybody. I'm losing a pizza. Did he really offer me a draw? He offered me a draw here. And he got me good. I was supposed to play c5. But I thought I could wait with it for a moment. I really thought I could wait with it for a moment. Yuck. This simul is working out rather horridly. Let's give him a checkup. And I'm toasted at this one too. Aye, 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 aye. Bishop takes. Where's that queen going? I don't know. I have to just keep attacking. Is he getting... He can't move his queen off that square, it seems, it seems. I went nuts on this fellow, right, Damien? So, I think the candidates are from the 21st through April. Hold on, let's see, that's 7 days. 21st through like the 5th or 6th of, the 4th, 5th or 6th of April. And I'm not even sure they're happening. I don't even know what Hikaru's status is, right? So let's see, is H5 a danger to me at this stage, or do I worry? I have to worry. I'm tempted. My opponent offers a draw. What? We just got started. All right, you got me there. I don't like my position at all. At all. I don't like my position at all.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. How are you, John?
Got to keep everything closed. Good morning, Roken. How are you? How was your stream this morning? It certainly was great to see you. Absolutely was great to see you. Gotta keep this going on. Not sure what that was all about.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said.
Time to
It was good I was
take
learning
it
the Smeslikov.
on. The Smeslikov? Is that the Smelikov? What in the world is going on, folks? What is going
Kingslayer
on?
Sloan.
Said. Look, John point 1 is Russian.
I try never to rush my moves.
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said. Point 2 EHH.
Eh. All right, I don't have much of a choice here. Exchange off my opponent's most active pizzas. So do I have anything going on here besides giving up the two bishops? Let's see, two massive pawn islands here. I'm gonna pretend like nothing's wrong. It is clear.
Jacob like chess.
Said. Yo, I was Chester JF. I just analyzed the match and I blundered on RG1.
Jacob like chess.
Thanks for following.
Jacob, how are you, young man? Oh, you blundered on Rook G1? Yeah. Well, I blundered in return, so it all worked out. It all worked out in the long run. All worked out in the long run. Can I get there from here? Jacob, it's great to see you playing, though. Am I worried? It's clear. Now my opponent's got this same. So do I really need to trade the queens off? Am I worried about my structure? Rook f6, queen g5, king h8, knight f6. Fine, fine, fine. That was not, by the way, that was not the queen. Takes. That was not the knight f7 that I was expecting. Oh, okay. It's clear. I was planning to walk into this discovery. But there's a reason my opponent is still playing on. Mate in a few. Looks like it's mate in a few. This is a skewer if there ever was one. Okay, he didn't play what I thought he was going to play. Oh, thank God it's true. He's toying with me. One. This is so bad, everybody. Is it not mate? I'll be darned. Oh well. We'll just have to take the rook. I don't want to resign just yet. I do not wish to resign just yet. I am totally mated here. Is there any reason to play on? I do not see it. This should be made. All right, Uncle. Mm-hmm. All right. So what is the story here? We have 5 to 4, but a very, very ugly pawn structure, right? A very exposed king. I shouldn't even move these pawns. Yep. Fascinating. There's still no checks. I gotta panic. All right, do I go for it? I don't see it. Let's make this board a little smaller. I was very lucky. Where's the one I'm still playing? Still playing 2, it says. Where's the refresh button? Still says I'm playing 2 games. But I only see 1 game. Alright, what is our score in this simul? Sorry, I check one more time. 9 wins, 5 losses? How did that happen? I definitely thought I lost every single game, so I can press on my winnings here. Right? I can press on my winnings. See what you got. Oh, this game is still going on. Did not realize that. Yeah. I forgot about his pawn. All right, fair enough. Very lucky. The Shocks Professor, how are you? Solo Colas. I can't believe that I forgot about that pawn. Which game would you like to... Thank you for the sub. Thank you for being here. Jacob like chess 2. Namaste. By the way, the speech chat works on YouTube as well. The text to speech. $331 other players, huh? So this was dubious. Rook f8, yeah, I should have just battened down the hatches. I actually didn't feel so bad about my position here at all. I loved everything about his bishop. Loved everything about my position.
Kingslayer
the
Sloan
counterplay.
Said, John, you should do a match with a Kiwi streamer, not me.
A match? What do you mean a match with a Kiwi streamer? And why not you? And when were we doing a match? I don't remember us doing a match.
Said, Ashton Anna.
Yes, you were talking about that. Yes, she's pretty good. Now I'm back in the
Kingslayer
action,
Sloan.
and here
Said, Ashtiana.
I was playing knight f7. And I forgot that I touched my
Kingslayer Sloan.
queen. I was
Said,
also looking at queen
Cause
to,
in me right now.
queen to f6. And because you're you right now?
Kingslayer Sloan.
Said, and chess is a pain in the ass right now.
Oh no. I don't know that chess has ever not been a pain, to be honest. I really have never known chess to not be a pain. I've honestly never known chess to not be a pain. But knight f7 was what I planned on doing, and I ended up losing this game because of it.
Kings.
I love it though.
As well we should. And then I think I actually almost had some Gegenspiel here. This was the first choice. Queen d1, queen d4. Queen f6, rook f6, rook g4. Gegenspiel. And I probably could slime my opponent in this one. Der Schachs Professor, how are you, Mon? So we balanced it out. We managed to sort of split the last two games. Boy, there were some ugly games in here, that's for sure. Let's go with Chess Fever. How did I manage to win this? This was an Alekhine, right? I'm at 493, and I believe that I played 7 Alekhine today. Of course, we already know that bishop c5 is the best move. We knew that before. c6. You just get an original position. That is really what it's all about. $97 other players. I've never seen this number go so fast down here. 66 other players. I have never seen this number go so fast. It went from 171 down to X. I lost this game, right? Oh, White resigned. Dudovich. That's not worth resigning over, but I understand that it looked bleak. All right, let's look on to another one. Let's find another Alakine. So let's see here. We have 10 wins. Oh no, Haruka Apfel did not get going. He did not make it back. Chester. This is Jacob. Yeah, this is just a blunder. Bishop b4 is really the only move. There is knight takes e4. That was a creative move I was looking for. Perhaps knight takes e4 and queen e7. f3 d5. This could be the creative thing I'm looking for. 3 other players first. Okay, so we're down to the reality here. In this position, bishop to b4 is also very interesting. Very interesting move. Knight takes c6, queen takes e4, check. Yes, c5. What was I thinking? I don't know why I didn't play it. That was very sad. Topalov Simul. Here we go. So Ashtiana got it. I just looked her up. I did have her. I did have her as a follow. And then this one, I just blundered. I didn't want to play bishop to c5 because the bishop takes f7 check. So all I had to do really was play bishop a5. And I'm slightly better. $135 other players first. Yeah, this was not worth looking at. So did I play? It is not yet refreshed. Let's reload. Still hasn't budged off of 493, but I definitely played 7 Alekine's defenses, which is all well and good. So the FIDE World, the FIDE F World Champion Chess Champion Vasilin Topalov, the FIDE F up, the FIDE famous World Chess Champion number 6. I feel for all of those lightweights that never got a chance to really become, what can you do, good. Namaste, everyone. As relatives are stopping by, thank you for being here, for what it's worth. Namaste, Roken, for the raid.